you very much.
I never said definitely into the other. I said be prepared.
Do we have an updated amendment list yet?
Doesn't even phase them anymore.
Meeting will come to order. We are getting a late start this morning, something I don't like to do, and I hope and trust that we all can be here on the appointed time. This is the 10th bill before the full committee that we're marking up today. We're almost there. As you know, we have our 4th bill on the floor. I'm told the other body is proceeding with their first bill soon on the floor, the THUD bill. So you're working hard, and I appreciate it. We meet today to consider the fiscal 14 state and foreign operations appropriations bill. With that, I will now turn to the illustrious chairwoman of the subcommittee, Kay Granger, to present the bill.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman for yielding, and I want to thank Ranking Member Lowy for her dedication and hard work to this subcommittee. Her leadership as ranking member of the full committee, and yet she gives so much time to this subcommittee. Ms. Lowy and I have a strong working relationship, and we are both invested in the important work of this subcommittee, as the subcommittee is. It's a pleasure to work with her, and I respect her very much. I want to thank all the members of the committee from both sides of the aisle for their participation and their thoughtful contributions to this bill. As you know, the bill reduces funding by billions of dollars from current levels, reflecting the very real economic and financial problems that we face here at home. Given this challenge, the bill protects the most critical priorities first, spending directly related to our national security. This means we're not able to fund everything at the levels we have in previous years, including programs that I support. There are many security priorities in this bill, but first and foremost, we need to keep American diplomatic staff safe while they represent the United States abroad. This bill continues to recognize the security risk our diplomats face and fully funds the embassy security request at $4.8 billion. We recognize the instability and unpredictable environment in the Middle East and continue strong support for our key allies in the region, Israel and Jordan. At the same time, security challenges continue much closer to home, so the bill supports our partners in Latin America to strengthen law enforcement and fight drug trafficking. The bill focuses on democracy promotion and international broadcasting to help promote American values abroad. Life-saving HIV, AIDS, and humanitarian assistance programs are also prioritized. The bill supports efforts to address the wildlife poaching and trafficking crisis. This is more than just a conservation issue, it's a national security issue. In order to do all of this, the bill eliminates, reduces, or puts on pause many lower priority programs. This bill also contains many important policy provisions. Around the world, in places where the United States has security interests, we cannot predict how things will turn out, so we provide the administration the ability to respond, but we strengthen conditions so that Congress can oversee the funds. Everyone is closely watching the situation in Egypt, and the relationship between the United States and Egypt has never been more critical. We see the Egyptian military continuing to uphold security arrangements, including the peace treaty with Israel, even while they address many competing priorities at home. We expect the strong military relationships that Egypt has with Israel and the United States will continue. We also make it clear in our conditions that we want Egypt to embrace democracy, not just democratic elections. We remain hopeful for the Egyptian people as they continue to go through this very difficult transition. For that reason, the bill continues funding if certain conditions are met. We hope negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority will begin soon. Peace is not possible through unilateral statehood efforts, and this bill tightens conditions on and for the Palestinian Authority in this regard. The bill includes funding in a separate overseas contingency operations section called OCO. This spending allows critical programs to be funded in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, as well as in places where terrorism and instability threaten U.S. interest. OCO spending goes down 42% in this bill as missions in the frontline countries scale back. As U.S. forces draw down in Afghanistan, there are serious concerns about how security is being handled by the government of Afghanistan. This bill withholds a portion of the funding until we get a transition plan and more details on how we're going to keep our people safe on the ground. The bill continues conditions from the prior year for Pakistan by prohibiting funds unless the government of Pakistan is cooperating with the United States on counterterrorism efforts and other issues. Moving to multilateral assistance, this bill supports contributions to the international financial institutions that benefit the poorest countries. It also imposes conditions on multilateral development banks and increases accountability for the money we provide to the United Nations and other international organizations. The bill includes language ensuring that funds do not support abortions. It also eliminates funds for the UN Population Fund, UNFPA. This bill makes tough funding choices and addresses many complex foreign policy problems, but these are the choices we have to make in this budget environment and in a rapidly changing world. I want to close by expressing my sincere gratitude for the hard work of the staff on both sides, and I yield back to the chairman and thank him as well for his support for this subcommittee.
Ms. Lowy.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. I do appreciate our cooperative relationship, and I look forward to continuing to improve this bill as it works through the process. The agencies and programs funded by this bill are a vital part of our national security strategy. Yet our ability to protect our national interests and further our diplomatic and development goals would be limited if this bill were to become law. The allocation represents a greater than 20% reduction from the fiscal year 2013 pre-sequestration levels. The majority's refusal to go to conference and develop a bipartisan agreement on the budget continues to place this committee in the position of underfunding essential programs. However, funding for several important initiatives is included in this bill. In the midst of great turmoil in the Middle East, our strategic alliance with Israel is essential. The funding we provide under our Memorandum of Understanding with Israel helps protect our own interests and the security of the only bulwark of democracy in the region. In addition, funding for the Palestinian Authority helps build sound institutions so that the government can earn the trust of its people, and the bill ensures long-standing safeguards to ensure these funds are spent properly. Just days ago, Secretary Kerry announced the resumption of peace talks between the Israelis and the Palestinians. This funding plays a vital role in building a foundation from which negotiations toward a lasting peace can begin. Funding for Jordan, a key partner in the region, also advances critical national interests. Jordan's alliance with the United States is essential as events continue to change by the hour in the Middle East. Jordan is responding to a massive refugee crisis due to the ongoing war in Syria. Our support strengthens Jordan in the face of tremendous challenges. Basic education provides the building blocks for all other development efforts. No country has reached sustained economic growth without achieving near universal primary education. And the 9/11 Commission concluded that ensuring educational opportunity is essential to defeating global terrorism. Giving children the tools they need to contribute to their families and communities will help build more stability around the world. The bill also provides funding above the request for our water and sanitation programs. According to the United Nations, each day, approximately 5,000 children die from preventable water and sanitation-related illnesses. Our efforts to help populations throughout the globe access clean water not only saves lives, but also improve health outcomes, increase economic productivity, and reduce violence. Additionally, the robust funding for global health assistance is a critical part of the global battle against disease, in particular In particular, I appreciate the chair's focus on nutrition and the global frontline health workforce. Our global health efforts are unsustainable if we do not ensure that children receive adequate nutrition to develop strong immune systems, and that there are trained individuals in every community who can treat the diseases that plague so much of the developing world. Few programs are more emblematic of our global leadership than the Peace Corps. This bill will help Peace Corps volunteers continue to impact countless lives in the developing world each year while furthering U.S. public diplomacy efforts. While there are many provisions in this bill that I support, a number of specific cuts are deeply troubling. This bill would require a drastic retreat from our engagement with multilateral organizations, including the United Nations, the World Bank, and many others. Should we pull back in the manner envisioned in this draft, that void will surely be filled by other countries whose objectives may not align with our interests. Our work with these organizations is essential to maintaining our global leadership and achieving our goals on the international stage. Just last week, the United Nations made an appeal for $13 billion in humanitarian aid assistance due to increased relief demands from Syria and its neighbors. While this bill cobbles together the President's request for basic humanitarian efforts, the unrealistic discretionary spending levels from the Ryan budget make it impossible for the President to respond to this or other emerging crises adequately. The bill also includes substantial cuts to our personnel and programs at the State Department and USAID. While I support the funding for embassy security and personnel protection, one has to ask whether there will be anything left to protect. Our diplomats and development professionals are a key facet of our national security strategy, and the programs they implement protect our interests by making the world safer and more secure. These relatively small investments, which are neglected, yield outsized dividends for our nation. While I have tried to give a balanced description of the bill before us today, its proposed reinstatement of the global gag rule, funding ban on UNFPA, and reduction in support for bilateral family planning efforts are simply unacceptable. These policies are proven to do the exact opposite of what we all hope to achieve: fewer unwanted pregnancies, fewer abortions. The majority's insistence on policies and funding levels that are diametrically opposed to our shared goals is inexplicable. It is unconscionable that anyone would insist on these cuts and policy riders, knowing they will lead to 8,000 more maternal deaths, 40,000 additional orphans, and 1.4 million more abortions compared to FY12 levels. It is my sincere hope that working with the Senate, we will agree to a higher allocation for this bill that will allow us to fix many of the problems in this draft. So I look forward to working with Chairman Rogers, Chairwoman Granger, toward that goal. And I want to again express my appreciation to Chairwoman Granger for her hard work. I also want to express my thanks to our staffs for their efforts on this bill: Anne Marie Chopvax, Craig Higgins, Alice Hogan, Susan Adams, Clelia Alvarado, Jamie Gwynn, Johnny Caberly, Joe Wang, and my staff, Steve Marquez, Erin Kolodziejski, Talia Dubovi, and Ralph Fazone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lowy. I want to thank Chairman Granger and Ms. Lowy and the entire subcommittee and staff for hard work in putting this bill together. This is a tough bill. I'm going to ask the members of that subcommittee to raise their hands so we can all know who's on this subcommittee. Raise your hand, members of the subcommittee. Thank you. Chairwoman Granger said, this bill provides $34.1 billion discretionary spending to promote American interests overseas, to provide aid to our allies, and to preserve our national security. This year, we've had to make a lot of choices, tough ones, in the face of uncertainty around the world, and a world that sometimes seems upside down. In order to fund our priorities, both domestic and international, in this very austere budget year, we've had to cut back. This bill, I think, finds the necessary balance, acknowledging our limited budget by making steep funding reductions, but still meeting our most critical priorities. We prioritize programs proven to advance U.S. interests, to preserve security both on our soil and off, and to fight crime across the globe, including anti-terrorism efforts, peacekeeping operations, narcotics control, and crime prevention. Stability in the Middle East and around the world continues to be critical to American interests, so we've provided the necessary security assistance for our key allies in the region, such as Israel and Jordan. The bill embraces the recommendations made after the tragic Benghazi terrorist attacks. To help keep our foreign service workers safe, we've implemented steps to protect against future incidents and fully funded the administration's embassy security request, every penny. We continue to invest in democracy promotion and health and humanitarian needs, including funding important U.S. aid HIV/AIDS programs at the requested level. And like each of the bills we've released this year, we've prioritized government spending on programs that will encourage economic growth, supporting export and investment policies that will help U.S. businesses be competitive in a global marketplace, while preserving our role in the global landscape. The bill recognizes that we must also do what's best for our nation here at home, and that's to get our budgets back into balance, to bring down the dangerously high deficits. This bill cuts $8 billion from last year, a 19% reduction. To achieve these cuts without causing irreversible harm to our international programs and involvement, the subcommittee went line by line through this bill and found wasteful, ineffective, lower priority, or just plain unnecessary programs to target for these reductions. In total, the bill eliminates more than 20 programs, saving American taxpayers more than $2 billion. And we've preserved long-standing prolific riders to safeguard the sanctity of life. While we face tough restrictions on our budget, we must ensure the dollars we send overseas are used properly and stay in the right hands. So we've added several policies to strengthen oversight and transparency, including conditions and restrictions on funding for Egypt, Pakistan, and the Palestinian Authority, funding for multi-year commitments, and direct assistance to foreign governments and organizations. These reductions and oversight measures allow us to target our limited tax dollars where they're truly needed. Though we cannot afford to spend like we used to, we can still provide adequate funding to sustain our active role in global affairs if we budget carefully. So again, I want to commend Chairwoman Granger, Ranking Member Lowy, all of the members of the subcommittee, staff on a job well done under tough circumstances. I urge the committee to support this bill. Are there any other opening remarks? Mr. Farr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important bill because I believe that in order for Congress to promote the domestic tranquility, is it essential that we promote the international tranquility? And this committee has that responsibility, and this is the bill. But I'm gravely concerned about what's happened to Latin American human rights conditions that have been omitted from this bill. These conditions have been in this bill in the past and always with bipartisan support, and with good reason. The United States is a country that respects the rule of law. We're a country that provides citizen security, and we protect human rights. Human rights are the linchpin of healthy, functioning democracies, and they must be the beginning, middle, and end of our foreign aid. Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "Freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere." Our support goes to those who struggle to gain those rights and keep them. It is in the interest of the United States to ensure that our support, our U.S. taxpayer dollars, are being spent to uphold human rights here in our own hemisphere and Latin America, which includes as part of our hemisphere. Latin America is on the rise. There's some real dramatic transformations going on. But changes take time, and there's still more work to do so that the citizens of Latin America have the basic human rights they deserve. And that's exactly what the conditions are on U.S. aid to Colombia, Honduras, Mexico, and Guatemala, which we help promote. They reduce the corruption in foreign militaries, curb use of excessive force by public security forces, and they strengthen the rule of law. Everyone knows that I left my heart in Colombia in the days that I was in the Peace Corps. So I would be the last one to promote conditions that are intended to punish allied countries. Instead, I would encourage my colleagues to view the human rights conditions as providing critical support to government officials who are actually trying to promote the rule of law. For example, in Colombia, President Santos has made great strides in fighting corruption, while in Mexico, we should be encouraging the new President Peña Nieto to make progress on the rule of law and public security forces reform. But without strong U.S. conditionality on human rights, there are bad Latin American actors who undermine the good efforts of this committee. Take Honduras, for example. This country is the home to the region's highest rate of journalists killed per capita and the highest per capita murder rate in the world. The abuses committed as far back as 2010 continue to languish in impunity. Prior to President Peña Nieto, between 2006 and 2012, there was five-fold increase in complaints of human rights violations by Mexican soldiers and federal police. This includes torture, rape, and arbitrary detention and other abuses. The list goes on and on. We deleted all the ability to respond to these issues in this bill. It's not a good thing. Thank you.
Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that Mr. Farr has brought up this issue because I do object to the removal of this human rights language that has had bipartisan support for being linked to our foreign military assistance to these countries. I also have great expectations for President Peña Nieto. I know Ms. Granger knows them and the new government. I think they're going to be good, and I think President Santos is doing a good job in Colombia. Guatemala and Honduras, not so much. But you know, this language has proved very important. Just a few years ago, there were 3,000 young boys that were lured by the Colombian military, the promise of jobs. They were rounded up and they were executed, shot to death in a simulated battle. It didn't really happen. They just killed them. And then they dressed them in guerrilla uniforms, and then they counted them, and then they took credit for having wiped out a large segment of the guerrilla army. In this case, it was the FARC. That actually happened. And we were substantially funding the Colombian military at the time. Well, it was our leverage that helped expose it. And the president of Columbia was able to say, we're not going to be able to continue getting this money from Plan Columbia because of this language that's tied to military assistance if we continue these kinds of human rights abuses. I mean, talk about a human rights abuse. And in Guatemala, I mean, we have well over 600 people that have been massacred, and I think there's 6 that have even been brought to trial, about 1%. I need to look at the numbers to make sure I'm accurate, but I think that's relative. About 1% get prosecuted. Now, you know, we have good ties, trade ties and social ties with Guatemala and Honduras, and certainly with Colombia, and great expectations for our neighbor in Mexico. But with the hundreds of millions of dollars that we provide in military financing, isn't it appropriate to link the observance of our most basic human rights conditions to this funding? The fact is that in a bipartisan way, we keep putting that link into the foreign aid bill, so we'll have that leverage. And yet, it's out. It's been taken out. There's not much reference to it. I've been looking through. I don't see it. But it seems to me it ought to be in there. So I support Mr. Farr's comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Wolf.
To the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger.
Thank you. I share your concerns. The language is in the report. It's not in the bill, but it is in the report. And so these concerns, I hope we will work with you, but we didn't omit that. So we've worked on these issues before. We'll continue to, but it is in the report.
Could the gentlelady, just for clarification, because some groups have come to us saying it was removed. You're saying from last year's language, there was no change, because it was in the prior foreign operations bills. I believe it was in the bill. But there is no change to that?
There were slight changes. What the change was, we put it in the report. But we do share those concerns and do have language having to do with human rights.
But it is true that it's not the force of law, though.
So we'll be glad to work with you, and because, as I said, we share these concerns. It's been in the bill before, and we're continuing it.
Mr. Honda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise to support my friend Mr. Farr's remarks and his. You know, I don't think that there's any one of us here that never heard our parents say, think before you act, think before you speak, because if we don't, we suffer the consequences of our parents. If you knew my father, you would know what that consequence would have been. I don't think this is much different. Delinking human rights conditions to security assistance is a very similar kind of a thing. Sam is a Peace Corps volunteer from Colombia. I'm a Peace Corps volunteer from El Salvador. We both knew the countries that we served in. We also know the pain that these countries went through when they went through their civil wars, some of which we were involved in as a country. I appreciate the subcommittee chairperson's comments about this issue being in the report. It gives me a sense that there's a process still out there that we could pursue. I'll put my trust in that, and hopefully that it will come out. But it still remains to be said publicly that our concerns about linking human rights conditions to the security and the kinds of funds that we give to our other countries, that we get that human rights standards in there. It's kind of a human value that we all have in this country that we share on both sides of the aisle, and I think that this is kind of an important statement to make as we move through this process. So I'm a bit relieved that you have said that, but I'm seriously concerned that this has been able to been done in the proper process. But I appreciate the Chairman Granger's comments.
Hearing no gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I think we all recognize that very few people have been as consistent
on the issue of human rights as Chairwoman Kay Granger. So I think that should make us all obviously feel good. And as she has just stated, this is an issue that she dearly believes in, as I think most of us do. I just want to make one little point that I hope that all of those who are concerned, and rightfully so, about human rights in places like Guatemala, a democracy, Honduras, a democracy, Mexico, a democracy, will be as concerned, as aggressive on the only dictatorship, terrorist state sponsor of terrorism in our hemisphere, where we have an American who's being held hostage, where they have about 100 fugitives from U.S. law, including terrorists and kidnappers. So I just want to bring that up, that I greatly appreciate concerns for human rights. I just expect some consistency there.
Would the gentleman yield for a second? The gentleman's fully aware that we're not paying for Cuba's military.
Yes. What I'm
it's not our
saying,
taxpayers.
yes, what I'm saying is every case is different. And the reason that Cuba is different is because it's a state-sponsored terrorism, because it's a dictatorship for 54 years, because it shot down 2 American airplanes in international airspace. So thank God, at least we're not paying for their military. But I just hope that people are as consistent with their concerns of human rights when you have a dictatorship, state-sponsored terrorism, as the concerns for our democratic allies in the nation, who obviously do have some human rights violations we have to be concerned about. But I just expect that sort of passion when it comes also to the only totalitarian dictatorship in our hemisphere. I yield back.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first associate myself with the remarks of Congressman Farr and Mr. Honda, and also say to the gentleman from Florida, I too am concerned about violations of human rights wherever they may take place, but also I also want to make sure that Americans can travel wherever they so desire to travel. They are able to travel to Mexico, Colombia, they're able to travel to Central America, so Americans should have the right to travel also. Let me just say that, first of all, it's no secret that this allocation is devastatingly low. But I'm also pleased that this bill sufficiently funds our embassy security, and I'm pleased that the President's request for our most important global health program, PEPFAR, is funded, but I wish we could do more. The bill also reinstates, unfortunately, the global gag rule and zeroes out contributions to UN agencies. I'm also concerned that this bill strips important language that was included, as we said earlier, in previous years to ensure that the training that we provide militaries is really not used to violate human rights. The conditions specific to Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and Colombia have been in appropriations laws for years and approved with bipartisan support, and they need to be reinstated in this bill as we move forward. So I thank our chair for her consideration. Let me just say with regard to Egypt, I have some concerns about funding in this bill. We may not all agree on how to characterize what took place. At the very least, we can agree that the Egyptian people's resilience and resolve is as strong as ever. At this time, Egypt's leaders, both civilian and military, must focus on the real needs of the people. And it's my hope that our committee and this House does the same, as this appropriation bill moves forward. Polling, for example, from Zogby Research Services has shown that before and after the downfall of President Mubarak, the principal concerns of the majority of the Egyptians were and remain economic. So I hope we can keep this in mind as we continue to make decisions on this bill and other appropriations bills, including the DOD bill on the floor this week. Finally, with regard to the manager's amendment, let me thank Chairwoman and Ranking Member for including my language about the ongoing crisis in Sudan and South Sudan. We know, I certainly know Mr. Wolf knows, that we're gravely concerned about the recent escalation of the humanitarian crisis in South Sudan's Jonglei state. As many as 120,000 civilians have fled their homes as a result of the recent spikes in the ongoing battle between state and non-state armed actors. These vulnerable populations are living outside of their communities and without consistent access to food, safe drinking water, shelter, and health care, and we must do all we can to ensure that the government is supporting freedom of expression and investigating all violations of human rights. So thank you again to our chair and our ranking member for this.
There being no further speakers, are there amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an
Chairwoman.
amendment to this.
Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Granger. In the report on page 26, strike all after the second sentence in the first paragraph and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. This is an amendment that I've worked out with the ranking member, Mrs. Lloyd, to address issues brought to our attention by members of this committee since the bill and report have been circulated. Each of you have the amendment before you, so I won't go into much detail. The amendment adds or modifies report language on internet freedom, procurement at USAID, maternal health programs, humanitarian access in Sudan and South Sudan, assistance in Europe and Eurasia, assistance for the Near East, parliamentary exchanges, Syria, Nepal, and trafficking in persons. This amendment and the underlying bill reflect the bipartisan spirit that Mrs. Lowy and I have sought to maintain throughout this process, and I urge support for the amendment and yield back my time.
Ms. Loy. Ms. Lee,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
we haven't voted on the
Yeah.
preceding.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Gentlelady will withhold. Further discussion on the manager's amendment. Hearing none, the question is, are you in favor? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Ms. Lee.
Now I can do it. Thank you. This amendment is amendment number 1. Lee amendment number 1.
Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Lee. At
As
the end of Title 8,
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first, let me just say that I hope that both Democrats and Republicans, of course, vote for this amendment. It's an amendment that will bring this ill-conceived and harmful sequester to an end. It's no secret that the allocation for this bill is devastatingly low. As with nearly all of our previous bills, we're really presented with false choices as it relates to a workable 302A allocation. We need to start taking the impact of the MEAT Act's across-the-board cuts off of the sequester. We need to take that seriously and stop this. We all know that these cuts are having real and harmful impacts on the lives of families and countries now all across the world and in each one of our congressional districts. This amendment will replace the harmful sequester with a targeted and responsible plan to, yes, reduce the deficit more while safeguarding critical services and programs. The sequester, and I have to reiterate this, that it's going to cost our country and our economy 750,000 jobs. But to make matters worse, the sequester has forced states to cut unemployment benefits and cut off benefits for thousands of the long-term unemployed. The sequester has also devastated the accounts under the bill before us today. This bill makes significant cuts to diplomatic and development programs and does not protect funding in several areas, including multilateral development banks, climate change, food security, and international family planning, as our ranking member has already mentioned. The sequester is forcing this bill to zero out contributions to United Nations agencies, including UNICEF, UNDP, UNFPA, UN Women, and UNESCO. The bill also cuts development assistance, economic support funds, and critical funding for United Nations peacekeeping operations, even though peacekeeping is one of the most cost-effective tools for stabilizing fragile states and rebuilding societies emerging from conflict. These indiscriminate sequester cuts don't just impact our foreign aid, which really just equates to a fraction, mind you, a fraction of the entire federal budget. It is also impacting families in our congressional districts who are cut off from vital services and programs. In classrooms in every state, low-income children are losing critical support services, schools are running out of funds for basic supplies, and 70,000 children across the country will be turned away from Head Start. When we cut off 70,000 children from Head Start, we don't just hurt the education and development of these children, but we fire their teachers and we hurt the local communities in which they work, the volunteers, and we spend their money. So when we cut off 600,000 pregnant women from the critically important WIC programs, we not only damage the health of children and mothers, we hurt the small independent grocery stores that serve them and the farmers who fill the shelves of these stores with their products. And so I urge you to support the Lee Amendment to repeal the 2013 and 2014 sequester. $967 billion is just simply unworkable, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the ladies' amendment. And, you know, here we are. We're in about our 10th appropriations bill. We're late July, nearly 2 years away from the debt limit being raised last. And I just heard the terms ill-conceived and devastating about the term sequester. When yet, if you really look into it, you'll find that a third of the other side of the aisle voted for this very sequester that is so ill-conceived and devastating. In fact, they voted for the very spending levels that we are trying to appropriate to. And if you think back to August of 2011 and that bipartisan spirit of raising the debt limit, there was a promise made. And it was to the American people, and it was, if you allow us to raise the debt on you and your children and your grandchildren, we promise that we will cut spending someday in the future. Reminds me a little bit of the Popeye cartoon and Wimpy. Remember, Wimpy always said, "I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today." Guess what, Mr. Chairman? It's Wednesday. The American people are expecting us to uphold our end of the deal. And this is the opportunity to do it by rejecting this amendment. Has it been easy? No. Have any of the subcommittee meetings been easy? Absolutely not. We've had hearing after hearing with a lot of difficult debate about difficult decisions that have to be made, but we have to make those decisions. So here we are as appropriators with an opportunity for the 10th time to uphold our promise to the American people. So I encourage the committee to reject the ladies' amendment.
Are there further remarks? Gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we all know the history of what took place as it relates to the sequester, commenting on the gentleman's recent comments. So I think we need to really be clear about this. We need to get back to using realistic numbers that fund the core functions of our government rather than attempt to dismantle, because that is what sequester has done and is doing. And we need to continue to protect our most vulnerable communities. We need to get back to levels on these appropriations bills that have some realistic chance of getting to conference with the Senate. Without fixing the sequester, we cannot do either. So I urge adoption of my amendment. Thank you.
Question is on the Lee amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. The noes seem to have
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Question is on sufficient number. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. No. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry? Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Fillingheisen? Mr. Fillingheisen, no. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Mr. Honda? Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Mr. Kingston? Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham? Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy? Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally? No. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Pastor? Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney? Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roll-Ballard? Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young?
Mr. Young?
Mr. Young, no. Gentleman is not recorded.
Gentleman's not recorded.
Mr. Owens, aye.
Are there members who wish to be recorded or to change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 28. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Chairman Kingston.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and request.
Amendment offered by Mr. Kingston.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just this month, SIGAR, which is Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction, did a report on the Afghan reconstruction efforts. And as you remember, last night we had the Cohen Amendment that passed. That was actually a DOD amendment that dealt with some of our reconstruction efforts. But this is a State Department program. The audit of SIGAR found out that 99 out of 180 awards to the Afghan reconstruction assistance were not audited. These unaudited grants were between $190 to $315 million. And they found that the two worst examples were 77% of the foreign organization grants were not audited, and 62% of the nonprofits from America were not audited. But to just give you an example why this is important, we all know that landmines, very, very dangerous issue in terms of Afghanistan, and yet in our efforts, this is the State Department. Now remember, DOD also has efforts in this regard, but the State Department awarded $6.5 million to a foreign group called the Mine Clearance Planning Agency, no audit on it. But in addition to that, the Organization for Mine Clearance and Afghan Rehabilitation, $13 million. And then to the Mine Detection Dog Center, $7.6 million. And then to the Danish Demining Group, Danish Demining Group, $3 million, and the Swiss Foundation for Mine Action, $1.2 million. So just for mining, and think about the overlap that there must be just between the State Department agencies, but also what the DOD is doing. And then there are other groups like the Afghan Technical Consultants, again, a foreign entity, $6 million. Satina Group, $6.4 million. Shamshad TV, $6.5 million. No audits on any of this. And so what this amendment does is it requires that the State Department implement the IG recommendations and for audits and change their metrics for it. And so it's pretty simple, and certainly would ask for your favorable consideration of it. And if the State Department fails to do that, our mechanism is to reduce the salary of the leadership.
Chairwoman Granger.
Thank you. The gentleman who's a member of the subcommittee, I thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. There are few issues that are more important than making sure that we use our oversight in these assistance programs. The Special Inspector General report that was issued earlier this month highlights a deficiency in the Department of State's financial audit requirements. I know that the department concurred with the Inspector General's recommendations, and I agree with the gentleman that this amendment will help ensure the recommendations are implemented, so I support the amendment.
Ms. Loy.
I rise in opposition to my friend's amendment, not because I oppose what he is trying to accomplish, but because I believe it is not necessary. SIGAR makes 4 recommendations to the Secretary of State to improve accountability over its assistance awards for Afghanistan reconstruction. I've read the report. I agree with the SIGA recommendations, as it does seem the State Department agrees as well. Stated that they will, quote, develop a risk-based audit policy that addresses foreign organizations receiving state-funded assistance. In fact, State agreed with all 4 of the recommendations that SIGA proposed. I appreciate that my friend wants State to move expeditiously on these recommendations, but I suggest that we're using a hammer to swat a fly. If my friend will withdraw the amendment, I'll work with him and the chair to ensure that State provides the implementation plan in an expeditious manner. I want to make sure my colleagues know what this amendment says. None of the funds made available in this act may be used to pay more than 75% of the salary of the Secretary of State or the Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan. I'd like to say to my friend, maybe we should hold 75% or 25% of your salary until you bring up the labor HHS bill so we can all vote on it. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there other speakers? Mr. Kingston is recognized for a minute to close.
Should my friend from New York decide to add that amendment, I will certainly support it because we are ready and willing to go. I can tell you that. It's a team sport, and sometimes you got to have two teams on the field to play the game. So we're working very hard on our subcommittee, both Democrats and Republicans, and we're very proud to have a good team on both sides. Let me say this, though. You have an opportunity in this simple vote to send a signal, not just to the State Department, but to your taxpayers back home, that we want action. And the fact that 99 out of 140 awards went unaudited to the tune of $190 to $300 million, I think that while I look forward to working with the gentlewoman from New York, I'd rather work with her having this in the bill and move this forward. So I ask for your I ask for your support.
Question is on the Kingston amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Yes.
All opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Who has an amendment they would like to offer? Ms. Lowy.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer an amendment, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Amendment offered by Mrs. Lowy.
Reading has been dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the underlying bill denies basic family planning and health care services. It leaves women vulnerable to preventable diseases, weakens their ability to contribute to their family and community's economic stability. It bans all funding for the United Nations Population Fund, the largest multilateral family planning and reproductive health provider in the world, a world leader in implementing effective voluntary family planning policies and programs that contribute to the U.S. Comprehensive Strategy for Sustainable Development. It also inserts into a bill vital to our national security a divisive policy rider in the form of the global gag rule that is harmful to women and families around the world. The global gag rule, also known as the Mexico City policy, bars foreign organizations from receiving U.S. family planning assistance if they use their own private funds to provide information, referrals, or services for legal abortions or advocate for the legalization of abortion in their country. This wouldn't be legal in the United States of America. Remember the old adage, do unto others as you would have others do unto you? I cannot understand why the majority party continues to target family planning programs when the evidence shows time and time again that these programs lead to fewer unwanted pregnancies, fewer abortions, fewer maternal and infant deaths. To be clear, the United States does not and cannot fund abortions. Remember? The United States cannot, does not fund abortions. The Helms Amendment in 1973 to the Foreign Assistance Act prohibits the use of foreign assistance funds to pay for the performance of abortion as a method of family planning or to motivate or coerce any person to practice abortion. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, My amendment does two things. It removes the global gag rule, strikes the prohibition on funding of UNFPA. Further, it inserts the identical UNFPA language that was included in the 2012 Appropriations Act and language that has been included in prior years, providing the President's request of $37 million for UNFPA. The amendment does not change any of the current provisions in law that restrict the use of family planning funds. This amendment maintains language prohibiting the use of U.S. funds by UNFPA for their China country program. This amendment maintains reductions in U.S. contributions to UNFPA dollar for dollar in the amount that UNFPA spends of its own money in China. This amendment maintains the requirement that UNFPA establish a separate account so that U.S. contributions are not commingled with other contributions. I understand that some on this committee may have concerns about UNFPA and their programs, but I have to say, if you thought that our previous bills provided the appropriate level of protection and enforcement of the T-Hart Amendment, which ensures family planning programs are voluntary, the Helms Amendment, which bans foreign aid from being spent on abortions, and the Kemp-Kasten Amendment, which prohibits funds to organizations the President determines to support coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization, then you should feel that way about my amendment. I urge you to join me, support this amendment. Yield back.
Chairwoman Granger.
With great respect, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The ranking member and I have had many discussions about our positions on UNFPA and the Mexico City policy. On this, we disagree, and I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I think I've made my point. I strongly support this amendment, and I do hope that you all have read it, understand what it does, and will vote to support what frankly is fair so that we prevent abortions, we support family planning throughout the world. I yield back.
Question is on the Lowy Amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. The noes seem to have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There's a request for recorded vote. A sufficient number of hands go up. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. No. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Yes. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. No. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. Dent. Aye. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr? Aye. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah? Aye. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Fleischman? No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry? No. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen? Aye. Mr. Frelinghuysen, aye. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris? No. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Mr. Honda? Aye. Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston? No. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham? No. Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy? Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally? Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens? Aye. Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree? Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price? Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Aye. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney? No. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Robo-Allard? Aye. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan? Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano? Aye. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young?
Are
Mr.
there
Young?
members who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Young?
Laurel. Ms. DeLauro?
Ms. DeLauro, aye.
Mr. Bonner?
Mr. Bonner, no. He's not recorded.
Mr. Young?
Mr. Young, no.
Are there other members who wish to change their vote? Clerk will call, record. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 26. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment concerning the international organizations and programs.
Clerk will read. Number 1 or 2?
I assume it's number 1, but I'm not sure.
What's the topic?
International organizations?
I got it. Amendment offered by Mr. Schiff, page 48, after line 7, insert the following. Funds appropriated to the President, international organizations and programs for necessary expenses to carry out the provisions of Section 301 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and of Section 2 of the United Nations Environment Program Participation Act of 19...
Request that the amendment be deemed as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members, I rise to offer an amendment to restore funding for the international organizations and programs in Title V of the bill. While I appreciate the constraints under which the chair had to draft the measure, the programs and agencies funded through this account support a broad range of important activities that directly benefit the American people and which also work to save millions of lives around the world each year. But in this bill, they are nowhere to be seen. When you get into an airplane and fly to another country, that flight is supported by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which enables safe air travel everywhere by setting global standards for navigation, communication, and airline safety. This is important to the American people. The International Maritime Organization sets international safety standards for ships, ports, and maritime facilities. Standards promulgated by the IMO are central to the health of the U.S. economy, as more than 90% of all international trade is carried on ships, the vast majority of which call on U.S. ports have foreign crews and are registered under foreign flags. This, too, is important to the American people. The United Nations Environmental Program is the leading authority on environmental issues within the UN system. The agency has become a top forum for environmental-related research and has facilitated the transfer of expertise and technology to the developing world. UNEP has also been increasingly successful in encouraging traditionally reluctant national governments to enhance their commitment to environmental protection, including a recent pledge by China to provide $6 billion in funding for UNEP-backed projects. This, too, is important to the American people. These are all vital programs, as are many others funded through the account, but they pale in comparison to the work of UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund. Since creation in 1947, UNICEF has saved more children's lives than any other humanitarian organization in the world. In partnership with the U.S. government and the American people, UNICEF helped to cut the world's child mortality rate in half since 1960. Unfortunately, every year, 6.9 million children under 5 years old, 19,000 die each day, mostly from preventable causes, and half of these children under the age of 1. The U.S. contribution to UNICEF in this bill helps UNICEF to partner with the U.S. to reach and save more of these children. The U.S. currently provides UNICEF with an annual contribution of $131 million through the International Organizations and Program account, but this bill provides no funding for that account at all. The U.S. government's support of UNICEF leverages private sector funding from corporations, foundations, and other donor governments and private parties. It is doubly necessary because UNICEF receives no funding from the UN itself. Just last month, I met a young girl, Lucy Meyer, in Los Angeles, who's raised many tens of thousands of dollars for UNICEF. That is the kind of multiplier effect that UNICEF has in raising money for those who are most vulnerable around the world. Without our voluntary contribution and the leverage that comes from that support, UNICEF would not be able to maintain its level of leadership in the world, and millions more children would be lost. Without UNICEF, it would be not possible to provide many of the critical global health and development programs that are priorities to members of Congress and the U.S. government, such as polio vaccine acquisitions, basic education, vaccines acquired by GAVI, malaria bed nets, pediatric HIV/AIDS, and many other programs to protect children from violence and abuse. I urge my colleagues to join me and my colleague from California, Representative Lee, in supporting this amendment. I know this is an institution in which hyperbole is a staple, but in this case, millions of lives literally are at stake, and I yield back.
Chairwoman Granger.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I understand the desire to restore funds for international organizations and programs, in order to meet our budget allocation, we had to prioritize programs. Our allocation represents, in total, a 24% cut from last year. And therefore, these cuts affect some organizations that we have supported in the past bills. However, this amendment would not be offset and would put the committee over our allocation. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Ms. Lowy.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of the amendment offered by my colleague, Mr. Schiff. Multilateral engagement is one of the strongest and most effective tools we have to tackle many of today's global challenges. However, the House mark in front of us zeroes out funding for an entire account, international organizations and programs that allows us to make voluntary contributions to the many international partners that the U.S. relies on to meet our objectives. The IONP account, in particular, provides key core funding for the major UN funds and programs such as the United Nations Children Fund, United Nations Development Program, and UN Women. I won't mention the many organizations that Mr. Schiff addressed, but there are a couple of partners whose work rarely gets the spotlight. The United Nations Trust Fund for Victims of Torture supports over 230 projects in 70 countries to help victims of torture cope with the after effects of the trauma they experience, reclaim their dignity, and become reintegrated into society. And the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs is active in Syria, Sudan, Mali, and Somalia, and elsewhere to mobilize and coordinate international humanitarian response efforts that help people in need. These agencies are only a handful of the 25 international partners that receive funding from the IONP account to support important work. I hope my colleagues will undo this short-sighted decision and support this amendment.
Mr. Farr.
Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment. We often forget that if we didn't have the United Nations, we'd be sitting here arguing about how to create it. The United Nations was born in the United States. It was born in launched in San Francisco in 1947. I was born in that city in 1941, and I remember my parents taking me back when I was a young child to see the 10th anniversary of the United Nations in San Francisco. I'm falling in love with all the flags and all of the ability to understand other cultures and countries. I grew up with a fascination for that. Today I'm probably the only member of Congress that's a member of the United Nations Association. I proudly fly the United Nations flag outside my district office in Santa Cruz. And you know, if we're going to cut this organization, we're doing it at our own peril. We have to have a sane, healthy world. You can't have a peace until you have you know, stability. And stability is these kids that are getting immunizations from UNICEF. 1.8 billion children have been immunized. We can't have a sane and safe world if we don't take care of the 54 million people that have been affected by the world's worst crisis in places like Yemen, Haiti, Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. And if you poll Americans, 8 out of 10 Americans think the United Nations is a good thing. And in fact, 64% of Americans polled favored U.S. paying its UN dues on time and in full. And that includes majorities in the Republican, Independent, and Democratic parties. So I think we're, in cutting this, we're flying in the face of our own statements about constituent wishes, about our national security interests, and essentially about our own fiscal responsibilities. Leadership is about getting results. We weren't elected to Congress to be lemmings and just follow, okay, we've adopted this cut, squeeze, and trim. Let's, under no other abilities, let's not do anything about it. This amendment corrects that inability to address these issues, and I hope we'll adopt it.
Ms. McCullum. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to rise in support of this amendment. I'd like to speak to two institutions before talking about UNICEF for a minute. Ms. Lowy mentioned the work that the UN does with victims of torture. I had the ability to travel as a member of Congress both to Jordan and to Syria at the time to look and meet with families and the living conditions they had who were refugees from Iraq during the Iraqi War. The torture that these families had gone through, the UN being there to outreach and bring stability and save lives. Save lives of men and women who were thinking of committing suicide because of the atrocities that had been committed upon their bodies. I just want to let you know how seriously we should take the zero out. I know that people are going to work towards a higher fund, but people around the world are looking to see what America's values are. The World Bank. The World Bank, its work with parliamentarians in emerging democracies to have more transparency and to question how budgets are put together and to put an emphasis on education over military, to put an emphasis on health over military when budgets are being put together is a critical role. But I just want to take a second and talk about UNICEF in a refugee camp. If you have not been to a refugee camp, and then seeing the smiles upon the children's faces because they've had an opportunity to go to school, they've had some structure in their life, they've had a meal because UNICEF was there, is something that I think we need to realize. When people see UNICEF, they also see the face of the United States there. Make no mistake about that. So I appreciate the tough constraints that the chairwoman was under, but I hope that we are very sincere in our words here today collectively, that we will strive and work to fund these international organizations. And let me close with this. The expectation is every child born here in the United States will make it to their 5th birthday. UNICEF helps it make a reality for families all around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have to begin by saying I'm really proud to be a part of a party, a member of a party that really cares about people. And this is one of those amendments, and I thank Congressman Schiff for bringing it up, that draws the contrast very sharply. Let me divert just for 30 seconds and say yesterday I was visited by citizens from Ohio who informed me that hundreds of individuals in Ohio are now going to lose their housing certificates, individuals with severe mental illness who are going to be kicked out of their units because there is no subsidy left. And then I talked to Congressman Lynch in the afternoon. He goes, well, Marcy, they're part of the 27,000 that are going to be cut off of their subsidies across this country. And I thought, I'm proud to be a part of a party that stands up for the mentally ill in this country and is unwilling to let that happen to our fellow citizens. Congressman Schiff turns our attention to UNICEF. And since its creation in 1947, UNICEF has saved more children's lives than any other humanitarian organization in the world. How proud I am to be a member of a party that stands up for children, not just in this country, but around the world. Last fiscal year, UNICEF supplied more than 1.9 billion vaccine doses in 96 countries. Children who will not get polio, children who will not get measles, because of what we are doing. In terms of polio, we've nearly eliminated polio worldwide because of the work of UNICEF in concert with Rotary International and the Global Polio Eradication Program. In terms of fighting malaria, get these numbers. UNICEF is one of the largest buyers of mosquito nets in the entire world, delivering more than 18.5 million bed nets to 39 countries just in 1 year. I had an uncle who had malaria from fighting in the OSS and the China-Burma-India campaign in World War II. I wouldn't wish that illness on anybody. We can save lives today. We can save suffering today. In terms of child malnutrition, just in 2012, UNICEF provided 29,000 tons of therapeutic foods to treat severely malnourished children and 271 million sachets of micronutrient powder to boost children's diets. These are children hungry today. And in terms of maternal and child health, UNICEF with Kiwanis has increased household use of iodized salt from 20% to 70% globally, protecting 84 million newborns from brain damage caused by iodine deficiencies. In Syria, and I will end with this, my colleagues, UNICEF has provided $68.8 million to support women and children inside Syria and in neighboring countries since the conflict began, with humanitarian assistance, and 1 million Syrian children were immunized last year alone, including the provision of access to safe water to 7.4 million Syrians that we know are living in that war-ravaged region. Think about the accomplishments of UNICEF. Who with any conscience could possibly vote against this amendment? Surely we can find a way to do this, and I ask my colleagues' support of the Schiff Amendment.
Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say, I want to thank Congressman Schiff for this amendment, and as a co-sponsor of the amendment, I want to just speak very quickly and reiterate some of what has already been said. But I have to just say this, because I have visited many, many countries and seen the work of UNICEF, which has been described. It has saved, UNICEF, for example, has saved many more children's lives than any other humanitarian organization in the world, mind you, just to name a few of those organizations that are already, though, stretched too thin. This bill before us, it eliminates, for example, the international organizations and programs account totally, and it really, that's unprecedented. And given how unprecedented it is, I don't know if any of us really know the impact that it will have on United Nations efforts to prevent needless childhood death, vaccinate children from polio, fight malaria, prevent childhood malnutrition, and the list goes on and on. We really don't know how devastating this is going to be, but I can assure you that the relationship of this country that we've had with the UN is by far one of the most important. And by gutting the United Nations funding and through these organizations, this bill would really harm already very vulnerable programs that promote peace, that protect women and children, and that really make our world a safer place, not to mention the ability to stand up for American values on the world stage. Some of these organizations, in addition to UNICEF, include the World Health Organization, UN Voluntary Fund for Victims of Torture, United Nations Women, UN Women, which promotes gender equality and female empowerment across all sectors, UN Population Fund, UN Development Fund, and of course, UN Development Program, and of course, UNICEF. Again, this bill is really another example of why we should replace this sequester, which is really devastating. It impacts the health of children, which I don't believe Republicans or Democrats believe are consistent with our values as a nation. So I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you again.
Mr. Schiff is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for their passionate support of this amendment. And I won't repeat the points that were made, but I do want to touch on UNICEF in conclusion and the phenomenal work it does to prevent child deaths, the vaccine work it does, the work on polio, fighting malaria, humanitarian support it provides in refugee camps like in Syria, the humanitarian support worldwide, the treating of child malnutrition, basic education for girls, maternal and child health partnership with organizations like Kiwanis. The list goes on, and I would urge support for the amendment.
Question is on the Schiff Amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No seem to have it. The
Chairman, on
noes
that, I
have it.
request a recorded vote.
Request for recorded vote is supported by a sufficient show of hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Mr. Honda. Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham. Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor. Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how am I shown as voting?
The gentleman is not recorded.
Show me voting.
Are there other
Mr.
members
Cuellar, aye.
to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 28. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Moran.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quixotic amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Moran.
Ask unanimous-
Strike section.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes to explain his, what'd you call it?
Quixotic amendment.
Quixotic amendment.
Refers to Don Quixote's continuing to tilt at windmills, as you know. Mr. Chairman, this committee has heard this argument from me more than once in the last few weeks. It's on Guantanamo. I have also seen the vote continue to repeat itself, and since I know what the results will be, I'll forego the argument and even the vote and withdraw the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Honda. Clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Honda.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentleman will explain
what I
the
asked,
amendment in
I thought.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would increase funding for CEPA, a contribution for international peacekeeping activities, by $277 million, while increasing the full assessed rate to 28%, which is our stated, and we voted upon it as a country to make that commitment in terms of peacekeeping funding. UN peacekeeping activities play a key and strategic role and advancing the core American interests and values on the world stage, promoting global burden sharing, preventing conflict resurgence, and supporting growth, both economic and development. UN peacekeeping is one of the most cost-effective tools for stabilizing fragile states and rebuilding societies emerging from conflict. According to a study by GAO, deploying UN peacekeeping forces across the world is 8 times less expensive than fielding a comparable U.S. force in the field. It is therefore critical that we live up to our obligation and fully pay our peacekeeping dues, which goes directly to the forces that are out in the field and not to the UN. If we fail to do so, the funding shortfall will undermine mission effectiveness, important U.S. allies who contribute troops to UN peacekeeping activities. Countries such as India, such as Bangladesh and Ghana, they will not be reimbursed by our funding. Diminished resources means a less effective force and fewer protected civilians in conflicted areas, which will ultimately destabilize global security. While this amendment does not offer an offset, I believe this funding is too critical not to support. A great nation pays its dues and doesn't stiff its allies. And we're the kind of country that have a character that money laid, a card laid is a card played, and if we give our word, we keep it. And this is one instance I think that we should look at ourselves and ask ourselves, is it really worth it to fulfill our obligations in this field? I just want to reiterate that the funding does not go to the UN. It goes to the countries that are deployed to reimburse them for their expenses, and to short fund them will make their effectiveness less effective.
Chairwoman Granger.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. The subcommittee prioritized UN peacekeeping within our very challenging allocation, and we provide funding at the 25% authorized rate. Increasing the authorized rate for UN peacekeeping is not a step we should take in this committee today. I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Loy. Mr. Honda is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the feedback, but I think a lot of us understand military action. Many of us have traveled in this country. I've been to the border of Eritrea and Ethiopia and met with the UN peacekeeping troops there, led by a general from India, and he had control over forces from various countries. And you have to understand that the peacekeeping presence of those troops provided the folks in that area some stability, some sense of security, and eventually they were able to work through their conflicts. Gave us time to do that. Now, the amount of money that we're looking at, $227 million, to bring it up to a full 28% of our stated obligation, means that if we don't fulfill that obligation, the troops will not be able to be reimbursed, their effectiveness will be lowered, and our security nationally will be affected too. Thank you.
Question is on the Honda amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. There's a request for a recorded vote. A sufficient show of hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger?
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler? Mr. Honda?
Aye.
Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston? Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham? Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy?
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally? Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney? Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Robo-Allard? Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, no. Mr. Joyce is not recorded.
Mr. Fatah?
Mr.
Votes aye.
Mr. Fatah, aye.
Are there other members who wish to be recorded or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 28. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Wasserman Schultz, number 1.
Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, page 48.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment supports the President's request and fully funds U.S. commitments to multi-donor international financial institutions. Our continued support of these institutions ensures that the United States continues to lead international efforts to address critical global challenges, including food security and climate change. It further ensures that these institutions foster sustainable economic growth, focusing on private sector development and entrepreneurship, while emphasizing access and inclusion of women and girls in these critical sectors. Overall, investments in multilateral institutions are a cost-effective way to protect and promote U.S. national security interests and business interests internationally. Let me take a moment to highlight just how harmful these cuts are, specifically in the area of food security and nutrition. By not fulfilling the U.S. commitment to the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, for example, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, this bill contributes to a growing lack of food security for communities around the world and neglects the grave problems of famine, malnutrition, and hunger. We've just got to stop throwing words at this and start putting in the resources. As children across the world go to sleep hungry every single night, this bill strips those institutions that are specifically designed to help empower communities to become agriculturally self-sustaining, able to ensure food security. Rather than addressing famine and disaster relief, these resources focus on technical assistance and capacity building, ultimately helping communities and nations to become self-sustaining and less reliant on outside support. These initiatives promote long-term self-sustainability and ultimately reduce the need for outside help. The United States was one of the original sponsors and original donors to the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. Yet here we are gutting our investment into the very initiative that our own country helped to champion. And why? Because once again, a woefully inadequate allocation has resulted in the underfunding of critical programs, in this case resulting in a bill that is harmful in too many ways to count. As I said last week, which reiterated what the chairman of our full committee said so aptly a few weeks ago, there is no doing more with less. There is only less, and here is one more example. The only problem is that less
when it comes to food security means that children around the world will starve to death. I ask that my colleagues recognize that we have a responsibility to combat famine, malnutrition, and hunger, support this amendment, and show that we're actually willing to do something about it rather than just talk about it. Thank you. I yield back.
Chairwoman Granger.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I understand the desire to restore funds to the international financial institutions, as I said before, in order to meet our budget allocation, we had to prioritize programs, and that's what we've done. This is not offset. The amendment would put the committee over our budget allocation, so I urge a no vote.
Ms. Loy.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Ms. Wasserman-Schultz amendment. I do believe in working collaboratively through multilateral organizations and leveraging our investments to have a greater impact. The MARC is short-sighted in its approach to multilateral organizations and the international financial institutions. It should be corrected before it does considerable damage, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Capter.
Yes, I'd like to rise in support of the Wasserman-Schultz amendment. The U.S. Department of Defense has identified hotspots for conflict around the world, and it's interesting what they're looking at. They're looking at water security and food security. And in supporting Ms. Wasserman-Schultz's amendment, I wanted to focus particularly on food security. And let me, as co-chair of the Ukrainian caucus in the House, draw you into just one place on the globe where these resources really can make a difference in the advance of liberty. If you go inside Ukraine today, you will find that the land that Hitler moved his Operation Barbarossa to take over during World War II, to control that vast region that is so productive on our globe. You will find there's a great struggle going on between the oligarchs who are buying the land, and one company now will control over half the chicken trade out of Ukraine into Western Europe, all right? And why is that happening? It's happening because they get a favorable interest rate. Ukrainian farmers that want to farm their land are having their land bought out from under them because the interest rate can be 4 to 10% to 15% difference for them. As we abdicate our responsibility to financial institutions who could make a difference to offer competitive and even favorable interest rates to local farmers who are trying to compete in a very dangerous and difficult place, by withdrawing support from our international financial institutions, we literally take away the opportunity for liberty. And I can tell you in Ukraine, Freedom House has absolutely rated them as if not the worst place in the world right now, vying for it in terms of their slipping backward. And our opportunity in this moment in time in which we are living to make a difference there totally rests on who will own the means of production in agriculture in that country, and it is not looking very good. About 10 individuals, all oligarchs, control now and are buying more and more land as we sit here today. So I would urge my colleagues to think very strategically about this amendment, to support the Wasserman-Schultz amendment, support the advance of liberty around the world, help places like Ukraine, where the jury is still out and where they are regressing, to at least give their people a chance at the world that we have come to know in the more free parts of the world. So I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, urge my colleagues.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz is recognized. A minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, before each of us casts these votes, which, you know, after a while just feel very rote, I would ask each of you, before you cast your vote, particularly if you plan to vote against this amendment, to think about the mothers who desperately are trying to make sure that their babies have the nutrition that they need to be able to survive and thrive. A no vote means more hollow, sunken eyes, more bloated bellies, more soft bones, more starving children, and more abdication of the United States' moral responsibility to stand up and lead to ensure that we have food security around the world. That's what I ask you to think about before you cast your vote, and I urge your support of this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Question is on the Wasserman-Schultz amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes seem to have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A request for recorded vote is supported by a sufficient show of hands. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Mr. Honda.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham. Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to be recorded or change their vote? Clerk will tally. The chair notes we have 6 possible amendments. The House goes into session shortly. We're back on the defense bill on the floor this afternoon. So the shorter the remarks, the better. On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 28. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Ms. DeLauro. Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. DeLauro.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes. You're under the 3-minute rule by we didn't vote on it. The chair dictated it. Can you turn the mic on?
Can you give us an idea of when we might be doing the Labor bill?
We had a scheduling problem. We're trying to work it out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment adds $37 million in this bill for the United Nations Population Fund, or UNFPA. The funding is to be used only for specific programs and activities that would improve the health and quality of life of low-income women around the world. These include, among other things, reducing coercive family planning practices like coerced abortion, involuntary sterilization, providing contraceptives, preventing and treating cases of obstetric fistula, promoting the abandonment of female genital mutilation and forced marriages, and working to ensure safe childbirth and emergency obstetric care. The challenges women face around the world, and particularly in the developing world, are immense. According to a report by UNICEF out this week, 125 million women have been forced to endure horrifying acts of genital mutilation, over half of them in Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Egypt.
2 million women live with obstetric fistula in the developing world. More than 50,000 new cases occur each year. Obstetric fistula is a tragic and a preventable condition caused by days of prolonged labor and the resulting rotting away of internal tissue. Women have suffered in this unspeakable way because of child marriage, early pregnancy, malnutrition, lack of maternity care, or even because their husbands would not let them go to a hospital. Many women suffer an even worse fate. Complications of pregnancy, childbirth are a leading cause of death and disease among refugee women of childbearing age. Every 2 minutes, a woman dies in childbirth. In sub-Saharan Africa, women are 136 times more likely to die than in developed countries. A woman there has a 1 in 22 chance of dying because of pregnancy or childbirth over her lifetime. My own personal experience with my stepdaughter in the United States of America, who 8 years ago, she and my granddaughter almost died in childbirth. It's excruciating. It's excruciating. And while we have the tools here to do something about it, and my daughter's life and my granddaughter's life were saved, she's 8 years old today. She's the light of my life. Women in developing countries don't have that same set of tools in order to survive themselves and their families. Countries in Africa, Asia, Middle East cannot escape extreme poverty when half the population is neglected. Efforts to protect women in conflict zones, fund child and maternal health programs are critical, not only for female empowerment, but also sustainable global development. This amendment funds those efforts. With a small investment, we can make a profound impact on the health of women and girls around the world. The funding would help women enjoy health, safer deliveries, eliminate the scourges like obstetric fistula, genital mutilation, forced abortion. I urge my colleagues to support maternal and child health by supporting this amendment.
Chairwoman Granger.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment, but I share many of my colleagues' concern. That's why the bill fully funds the President's request for maternal health. This amendment is not about supporting these programs, it's about UNFPA, and I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Ms. Lowy.
I rise in support of my colleague Rosa DeLaura's amendment. The underlying bill bans funding for the United Nations Population Fund, the largest multilateral family planning and reproductive health provider in the world. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in support of this amendment. When I heard Ms. DeLauro talk, I was struck by the contrast this week. There was a birth in the royal family. There's so much enthusiasm about this and so much interest, and it just strikes me what extraordinary contrast were taking place with that birth and most births in our country being very, very safe. There wasn't even a question of that sort of thing. Yet, at the same time, there are thousands of births that are taking place virtually at the same time where women's lives and the child's lives are at risk. It's just some of those points. 40% of all pregnancies in developing countries are unintended. And last year, 291,000 women in these countries died from pregnancy-related causes. According to the World Health Organization, unintended pregnancy is the leading cause of death among teenage girls in low and middle-income countries. Fully meeting the need for contraception access and effective birth spacing would annually prevent 1.8 million deaths of children under the age of 5, 25% of child deaths, according to Save the Children. So it's a related point, but it's hard to watch those stories and enjoy the birth in the royal family and recent births in my extended family, and not understand that at the same time we're losing thousands of children and their mothers in undeveloped countries. So I support and encourage my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my colleagues have pointed out, this amendment is about saving lives. The United Nations Population Fund is a critical partner in the effort to expand and improve services for women. The author Nicholas Kristof and authors Nick Kristof and Cheryl Wooden have documented in their book called Half the Sky, the plight of women worldwide. And they say that it is a critical humanitarian issue that must be addressed. There is much to be gained by investing in women across the globe. We know that we can make a difference, and I believe it is our responsibility to try to make that difference. And with a small amount of funding, women in the developing world can have a safe delivery, they can avoid obstetric fistula and genital mutilation, and we can help to save the lives of women and children. There is no better goal, there is no better effort that we can make is to help to save someone's life, whether that is here or whether that is in another country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question is on the DeLauro amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. The noes seem to have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A request for recorded vote is supported by a sufficient show of hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Mr. Honda. Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham. Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor. Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Robo-Allard. Ms. Robo-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to be recorded or change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 26. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Schiff.
When I have an amendment at the desk?
Clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Schiff. Page 110, after line 17, insert the following. Assistance to Egypt. In general, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the President may continue.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my intention to offer this amendment and invite any comment on it and then withdraw the amendment. This amendment concerns the removal of Mohamed Morsi, the President of Egypt, and his replacement by a transitional government. Section 7008 of the fiscal year 2012 State Department and Foreign Operations Appropriations Law provides that, quote, none of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available pursuant to this act shall be obligated or expended to finance directly any assistance to the government of any country whose duly elected head of government is deposed by military coup d'etat or decree, or after the date of enactment of this act, a coup d'etat or decree in which the military plays a decisive role. Whether or not the Egyptian army's action to depose Morsi benefits U.S. policy objectives, the law is clear, and the facts are incontrovertible, that the military played a decisive role in deposing Morsi, after millions of ordinary Egyptians took to the streets to protest a year of misrule by President Morsi and his Muslim Brotherhood government, as well as actions by Morsi that placed his decisions above the law and undermined democracy. Whether the act of deposing him was justified or not, by its terms, U.S. law should trigger a cutoff of assistance. Nevertheless, there are important countervailing policy considerations that argue for continued aid to the Egyptian military and the new government. Our assistance to Egypt allows us to play a continuing and engaged role in facilitating stability in the region, as well as urging a return to a more inclusive democratic process in that critical nation. This amendment would allow the President to continue direct assistance if he determines that it would facilitate the transition to democratic rule and that doing so is important to U.S. efforts to promote regional security. We in Congress write the laws, and we can change them, but neither we nor the administration can ignore them. This amendment is a common-sense proposal that would allow assistance to Cairo to continue, but also conform to our laws. I urge support for the amendment and believe that it will allow American officials to continue its important relationship with Egypt and remove questions about the continued flow of assistance in the aftermath of the events of last month, but at the same time respect the duly enacted laws of our land. And with that, I would yield back.
Chairwoman Granger, wish to be heard?
I understand, I appreciate the author's willingness to withdraw on this. There is the security issue and cooperation with Egypt has never been more important. And you know that, and I know that. I think, however, an amendment that puts us in front of the administration on the coup is the wrong position to take. There also, in our funding for Egypt, which is primarily military funding, there are many, many conditions that we put on that are very important, starting with the treaty, upholding the treaty with Israel, protecting freedom of religion and due process of law, and ensuring transparency as we provide aid to Egypt. So I appreciate your withdrawing, and I'd like to continue to work with you on this.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, I rise in support of Mr. Shipp's amendment, recognizing he's going to withdraw it. But I wanted to just make a point that I reiterated in my opening statement. I've always supported military assistance to Egypt, recognizing the security requirements. But I also know that the Egyptian people want jobs and they want their economy turned around, and that we have some responsibility, in addition to military assistance, to try to really, as we move forward, given this new day in Egypt, figure out how in the world we're going to begin to help support the Egyptian people with jobs, healthcare, education. They want, and I believe the outpouring of support for democracy in Egypt was really about living the quality of life that they so deserve. And so if we continue to provide military assistance only, you know, I'm not so sure that we're going to be as effective in the region as we should be as it relates to the daily lives and the quality of life for the Egyptian people. So I hope at some point we'll debate this military assistance package and look at how we can include economic assistance also as part of this, and maybe, you know, recognize that the Egyptian people, in addition to security requirements, have some other requirements that this country should be in a position to help with.
I appreciate the gentleman's offer of withdrawal of the amendment. It's best that we listen to the executive branch, who has much more information than we do. And it's also important, I think, to note that the only element of stability in Egypt is the military rule at the moment. So I thank the gentleman for offering and then withdrawing the amendment. Ms. Lowy.
I thank the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment as well. I just want to address my remarks to my good friend, Ms. Lee, because I agree that economic help is so very important. And I also would like to say that for any of us that have not been to Luxor, it's one of the most extraordinary sites in the world. And if, in fact, we can bring some stability to the region and tourists come back, that would probably be the best way to raise not only the resources necessary, but to put in place support for the businesses that want to have the opportunity to expand, and many are based on the tourist trade. I also want to say that we have appropriated $120 million to Jim Harmon for his efforts working with small businesses in Egypt. And given the turmoil, it has been very difficult for him to get some momentum, but he has been working with both small and medium-sized businesses to try and help them grow and invest. And I'm hoping that the support that we are providing to Egypt with, as my chair has said, with appropriate tough conditions, will help bring about that climate so that his work, encouraging businesses, working with the business, will be successful. We're also working with the International Monetary Fund, which has not been as successful in trying to create the climate for others to invest. So again, I just wanted to thank you for withdrawing that amendment at this time.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Is there further discussion? Gentleman's recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make two final points. Obviously, our relationship with Egypt is very important. The rule of law in Egypt is very important. The rule of law here in the United States is very important. When we pass a law which applies by its plain terms, as it does here, and we ignore it or allow the administration to ignore it, we undermine our own rule of law. If we believe that assistance should continue, as I do, we should say so by amending the law or by providing a provision like this amendment would do, which says, notwithstanding our general policy, there are compelling reasons why assistance should go forward. The second point is we also undermine the application of that very important policy vis-a-vis other countries where there may not be a compelling reason for a military action, as there may have been in Egypt, who will look at what we do here and say, the U.S. doesn't enforce that law, and so there is no reason for us to be concerned with a coup that would depose a democratically elected government. So I think it has policy implications beyond Egypt if we knew nothing as well. So I would urge us to change our policy if we no longer agree with it, or make an exception in the case of Egypt, work with the administration to do so, and I look forward to working with the chair and ranking member in the future on this issue, and I withdraw the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Lee number 2.
The clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Lee, page 176, beginning on line 6.
Ask for unanimous.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, once again, we're going to talk about the vital assistance that's necessary for women to plan their families, basically. This amendment really provides $37 million for the support of the vital activities of UNFPA in a limited number of poor countries where USAID does not provide funding for family planning. Money does not provide funding for family planning, and where the economic growth rates are among the slowest in the world. As we have said today and in the past, time and time again, the UN Population Fund is a critical international program that's dedicated to making available access to family planning services and contraception to women and men. I know some of my colleagues have some misconceptions about UNFPA, so just let me reiterate the fact that funds would not go to provide or promote abortions. UNFPA does not provide abortion services anywhere in the world. What it does do is provide critical reproductive health care, including family planning, to the world's poorest women, as well as specialized care for refugees in crisis situations. This purpose of UNFPA is to protect and promote the health and well-being of women, men, and their children. And these programs are especially important in countries such as Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Niger, Sierra Leone, and Togo. In Central African Republic and Chad, more than 36% of women between the ages, or young girls between the ages of 15 and 19 have begun childbearing. And in Niger, 60% of girls are married before the age of 15. UNFPA works to promote family planning, to integrate family planning into services that seek to prevent mother-to-child transmission of HIV. In Burkina Faso, there are very high rates of maternal mortality, fertility, and population growth. For the millions of adolescents facing a high risk of childbearing, family planning is really essential. UNFPA works with the Burkina Faso government to ensure a supply of contraceptives, medicine, and equipment for family planning, HIV, STI prevention, and maternal health services. Core programs such as these help mothers survive pregnancy and childbirth and deliver healthy babies. Mr. Kingston and I, for example, we were in Uganda last year, and we heard over and over again the need for family planning to space children so parents could feed their children, send their kids to school. This is a very vital source of contraceptive supplies throughout the world, and many health systems depend on this delivery chain. Investments in UNFPA extend the impact and the reach of U.S. bilateral funding to support family planning, and doing so makes the programs we support even more effective. It's really very cruel, I think, to ban abortions and to ban family planning. What should women do? We should at least help them plan their families. Again, this amendment goes to those countries that do not receive USAID for family planning, and I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Chairwoman Granger.
I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I urge a no vote.
Ms. Lowy.
I rise in support of my colleague Barbara Lee's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Lee's recognized to close.
Let me just ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
The question is on the Lee amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes.
May I have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of hands have arisen. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, aye. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Mr. Honda. Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham. Mr. Latham, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens, aye. Mr. Pastor. Mr. Pastor, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roby-Allard. Ms. Roby-Allard, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, aye. Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who aren't recorded or wish to change their vote? Clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 26. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. McCollum,
Yes.
clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. McCollum, page 131, strike lines 7 through 16 and insert the following. Morocco. Funds appropriated in this act for the Kingdom of Morocco may not be obligated or expended for assistance for any region or territory under de facto administrative control of the Kingdom of Morocco, including the Western Sahara. Funds appropriated in this act for the Kingdom of Morocco may not be obligated or expended for assistance until the Secretary of State reports to committees on appropriations on the status of the Western Sahara with regard to 1, human rights conditions for residents of Western Sahara, including the native Saharawi people, and 2, a referendum on final status of the territory, including conditions with regard to freedom of expression, association, and assembly for persons supporting self-determination, including independence. On page 72 of the committee report, strike the paragraph relating to subsection G, Morocco.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3
Thank
minutes.
you, Mr. Chairman. In 1975, Spain withdrew from its African colony, and since then, the Kingdom of Morocco has occupied and controlled the territory known as the Western Sahara. There are 2 sides to this dispute. Morocco claims sovereignty over the Western Sahara, and the Sahrawi people, the indigenous population of Western Sahara, want the right to self-determination and an internationally monitored referendum. A war was fought over this territory. Since 1991, the United Nations has sponsored and the United States has supported and helped to fund a peacekeeping force called MINURSO, the United Nations peacekeeping mission for the organization of a referendum in the Western Sahara. In April, this UN peacekeeping mission was renewed for another year by a unanimous vote of the UN Security Council. The United States does not recognize the Kingdom of Morocco's claim to sovereignty over the Western Sahara. The United Nations does not recognize Morocco's claim. Indeed, no government in the world recognizes Morocco's claim over the Western Sahara. Yet in this bill, Section 7042, subsection G states that U.S. assistance to Morocco shall be made available in the Western Sahara. This language is a dangerous departure from U.S. policy that serves no other purpose than to advance the interest of Morocco at the expense of the United States. The State Department's comment on the language, and I have copies for members if they would like to see a copy of it, but I will quote from part of it. And I quote, "Any aid provided in the Western Sahara could be perceived as tacit acceptance of Moroccan sovereignty, and there undermining our efforts to support the UN process. The U.S. government does not currently planning to use any bilateral assistance funds designated for Morocco for programming in the Western Sahara." The end of the quote from the State Department. My amendment strikes the bill's language and report. It inserts a prohibition on U.S. funds to Morocco from being used in the Western Sahara. My language maintains the current U.S. policy and international community desire to pursue a peaceful resolution for the disputed territory. My amendment also has a reporting requirement. It addresses the ongoing severe human rights abuses in the Western Sahara perpetrated by the Moroccan security forces against whose voices, when they voice their views and assemble peacefully and pursue the universal political goals of self-determination and freedom, are subject to torture. And I have reports here, if members would like to look at them, from the Robert Kennedy Fund, from the Moroccan West Sahara, from Amnesty International, from Freedom House, and then from one of our own reports that we require in the Human Rights Report from 2012. The King Mohammed of Morocco has outlawed any talk of independence in the Western Sahara. People who use their voices, not violence, to speak of freedom, self-determination, and basic rights are not allowed to do so. I would encourage a yes vote on my amendment.
Mr. Moran?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reluctantly rise in opposition to this amendment. Reluctant because I normally agree strongly, in fact, with my good friend from Minnesota. But it seems to me that this report and bill supports our current policy. And I believe that our current policy is to provide autonomy for for the Polisario in Western Sahara under Moroccan sovereignty, and the autonomy agreement is to be developed between the two parties under the auspices of the United Nations, and that the money that would be provided in the bill is for literacy training. And my understanding, and this is why I'm a bit confused, Secretary Clinton said in regard to the policy that I just described, which I think is the policy that's referenced and supported in the bill and the report, and I'm quoting here, "This is a plan, as you know, that originated in the Clinton administration. It was reaffirmed in the Bush administration, and it remains the policy of the United States in the Obama administration." And she later continued, in quotes, "And I don't want anyone in the region or elsewhere to have any doubt about our policy, which remains the same." Now, I have more to say, but I know it's been ugly and there has been torture and human rights violations, but to go after the language in this bill, I think is inconsistent with our policy.
The gentleman would yield?
Yeah, I'd be happy
I
to
would be
yield.
happy to hand you a copy from the State Department, and I
Yeah.
quote from another section of it. "The United States does not recognize Morocco's claim of sovereignty over the Western Sahara. The U.S. government has sought to avoid actions which may be seen to undermine the support for the UN-mediated process." And I asked them in response to this language, and this is a letter that I received from them. So
Well, there's some
my
inconsistency.
language is being
Perhaps the
consistent.
chair can clarify the apparent inconsistency between our different understandings of what American policy is today.
Chairwoman Granger.
My understanding is the same as yours, Mr. Moran, and the funding, as you said, it has to do with literacy, healthcare, agriculture. That is the funding that is affected or could be affected. Morocco has been an important friend of the United States, and they're critical in some counterterrorism programs in a region where Al-Qaeda and other extremist groups pose very serious threats. My concern about this amendment is it could jeopardize the high level of cooperation we have on those particular issues, and so I
Would the
urge-
chairwoman yield for a
I would.
question? I would ask the chair, currently, do we give bilateral pass-through aid to Morocco to give to the Western Sahara? Or currently, to the aid that we give the Western Sahara goes through international organizations?
I'm sorry, we can't answer that.
I
Well, it's
can't
not that we won't answer it, we don't have the answer.
It goes through international organizations.
I'll get
our-
back with
the
you
Western
absolutely
Sahara.
on
So
that.
this is a new policy, and so this is a radical departure. We are now putting Morocco in charge of the funds for the Western Sahara rather than use the international organization process, because the international organization wants to see a movement towards peace and self-determination.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm in shock because Mr. Moran and I are actually agreeing on this. I know. I'm reluctant to stand up.
Let me go back.
You and me both. We may have to reconsider our positions. Just a couple of things. Look, the Chairwoman's Mark allows funds to be used in any region or territory administered by Morocco, including the Western Sahara. Calls for a report describing how state and U.S. AID will use those funds, and steps taken to resolve the long-standing dispute over the Western Sahara. These funds do not go to the government of Morocco. And as the Chairwoman stated, she stated what some of those funds are used for, including, I just want to highlight, also including, to strengthen civil society and democratic institutions, which I think is crucial. And I want to end by start with the bombshell that Mr. Moran and I, who's obviously someone who I personally greatly like, are rarely on the same side on foreign policy issues, but here we are. But 21 members of this committee signed a letter. Current members of this committee signed a letter on this behalf, in essence, supporting what's in the mark. So with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
Well, I would like to just point out, I agree that the Kingdom of Morocco is an important ally of the United States. We have shared interests, but with regard to the Western Sahara, the U.S. should maintain its current policy of seeking a peaceful resolution to this dispute. This funding that goes to Morocco for our general assistance is not affected, but folks, be clear about it. We are now putting funding that we normally distribute to the international community to support the people of Western Sahara to determine their own self-determination in the hands of the Moroccan government, which leads the people in the Western Sahara to feel that they are even being further controlled by the Moroccan government. I would really urge you to consider a yes vote for my amendment and protect current policy.
Question is on the McCollum amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask for Wasserman Schultz number 2.
Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz. At the end of the bill.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I have to tell anyone on the committee about the horrific atrocities of the Holocaust, the systematic annihilation of Jewish, Gypsy, gay, and disabled individuals by Nazi Germany. After the obliteration of 6 million Jews across Europe, survivors emerged from the wreckage with a sense of overwhelming loss, of family and friends, of community, of homeland, livelihood, and all their property, many leaving Europe to seek a new life. Decades later, many of these survivors immigrated to the United States and settled here, becoming integral members of our society, raising families and educating their children generation after generation on their experiences and strength to survive. The United States is home to nearly 120,000 remaining Holocaust survivors, and tragically, that is dwindling by the day. Just a year and a half ago, I was able to say that we were home to 127,000 Holocaust survivors. Unfortunately, many of them, unbeknownst to most of us, are living in poverty right here in our country. A majority of the survivors who moved to the United States after 1965 are living at or below the federal poverty line. One of the contributing factors of this poverty is that survivors have struggled for decades to achieve restitution from European governments, and many have waited in vain for payments of the life insurance policies for their family members so brutally killed. In 1998, the United States was part of ICHEC, the International Commission on Holocaust-Era Insurance Claims, which sought to permanently resolve this issue for our survivors. Unfortunately, many of these survivors have yet to see a dime, and many of the relevant countries and insurance companies weren't even part of that process. Despite this, our government, both Democratic and Republican administrations and foreign governments, have shared reservations about reopening a process which has been deemed closed since 2006. So should a survivor try to sue Allianz or Generali or any other European life insurance company in court here in America, our state and justice departments routinely submit statements of interest to the court urging the dismissal of the suit, effectively ending every single one of these cases before survivors have even had the opportunity to seek justice from our court system, their court system, like every other American is free to do. And this simply cannot be our best way forward and cannot continue in this manner. My amendment therefore prohibits any funds from going to the State Department's efforts to support these statements of interest to the court. The fact that none of these agreements are codified in formal international treaties, the ICHEC process did not include every country or insurance company responsible, and countless survivors are struggling in our communities without the payment or justice they deserve, leads me to believe that we must do better. With only 120,000 remaining survivors living in our country today, time is running out for us to help achieve what little justice remains that we can achieve for them. Those who perpetrated these atrocities and created this crisis must pay. I would ask you to realize that the majority of Holocaust survivors living today are older than 85 years old. And
Will my friend yield?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
I appreciate you bringing this amendment to the committee's attention today. I'm committed to ensuring that Holocaust-era claims are addressed in the fairest manner possible. Congress has played a vital role over the years in seeking ways to help mitigate the suffering endured by survivors of the Holocaust, including, I would like to suggest to my friend that she withdraw this amendment at this time, and I will work with the majority, the administration, and my friend to come up with a way to address this issue consistent with the obligations of the United States to compensate Holocaust survivors and their heirs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, but I believe there are other members that want to address.
Chairwoman Granger.
Thank you. I certainly understand the gentlewoman's concerns and your passion about this issue. I understand that the State Department and the Justice Department are concerned with the language, and they've said that it raises complicated legal and diplomatic questions. I would like to join with Mrs. Lowy and see if we can work something out, and would appreciate your withdrawing today.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I want to commend my colleague from Florida for bringing this out. Look, there are a number of people out there, and unfortunately it's a smaller number every day, who deserve their day in court, who deserve to know that those who have committed, well, frankly, the most barbaric act, among the most barbaric acts in history, cannot go ahead and live with impunity. So I'm grateful to you for once again bringing this up, and I look forward to working with the chairwoman and others, because this is a crucial issue. These folks deserve justice, and that's exactly what we're talking about. So thank you, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Gentlelady is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady will withhold. Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise briefly in support of the gentlewoman's efforts. For more than 60 years, many European insurance companies have unfairly denied insurance claims, frequently because survivors and their families could not produce documentation such as death certificates needed to prove ownership of a policy. It's an impossible burden to expect survivors and their families to meet. In fact, we know that frequently the only surviving records of these policies are held by these very same insurance companies. There was a concerted effort by honorable people to help survivors who are suffering in poverty, and I appreciate the commitment and good intentions of those who were involved in the iCheck during its 7 years of existence. But it is not the final word, and it cannot be the final word while thousands of survivors struggle in poverty without access to financial restitution that rightly belongs to them. There are significant questions about the claims process that iCheck used that need to be addressed. As we know, that was not a transparent process. This amendment would provide that no vague executive foreign policy interest compels the dismissal of state actions against insurance companies that refuse to honor claims of Holocaust survivors and their families. In doing so, I believe it would undo wrongly decided cases that would have taken at face value statements about the foreign policy interests of the United States. Let me quote briefly from a document that was obtained through a FOIA request written by an attorney in the Solicitor General's office of DOJ. In it, the attorney wrote, quote, "On the merits, I have some reservations about the legal theory on which the district court dismissed the plaintiff's common law claims. As a general matter, executive branch actions that express federal policy but lack the force of law do not preempt state law. While Garamendi may reflect an exception to that general rule, that principle is still subject to some doubt." Well, I couldn't say it better myself. Finally, I want to address an argument that's sometimes made by groups that oppose this change. They say that amendments like this will raise the expectations of survivors, and we will surely disappoint these people and their families that have already suffered so terribly. While I respect those making this argument on this, I must disagree. Justice and fairness are to be the deserved expectation of every American, and the right to use the legal system to address fully and finally the wrongs that have been done to them is a foundational aspect of our system of government. I met with many Holocaust survivors, many of whom are still trying after all these years to get the compensation that is rightfully due. They are a tough group, as they would have to be given the horrors they endured, but it's time for them to get their day in court, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Yes, I listened to the gentlelady, and just as one member, I have more questions related to, you mentioned 127,000 or 120,000 Americans. My question deals with the scope. That seems like a small number to me. Do you include in your definition, for example, you talk about the Nazi government of Germany or any government in any area occupied by the military forces of the Nazi government. They went to the Dnieper. They went all the way to Kiev. Do you include in your definition the relocation of the entire eastern half of Poland? When you say Holocaust, do you include those that were forcibly relocated, for example, into Siberia? So we would cover all individuals who lived in eastern Poland. Do you include Belarus, which the people of Belarus were harmed proportionally more than any other nation in terms of the percentage of those who were killed? Do you include Ukraine in your definition? Millions of people were killed, both Jewish and Slavic. Do you include both groups? I'm concerned that your number may be low, and so I'm asking a question about who do you cover in this geographically and then by ethnic group?
If the gentlelady would yield so I can respond to your question. The 120,000 Holocaust survivors are those survivors who are living in the United States today. There are more than 120,000 Holocaust survivors worldwide. Those 120,000 referenced in the amendment are just the Americans that are Holocaust survivors living in the United States today.
But where would they have come from? How do you define that list?
I would be hard-pressed in this forum to answer you on all the different places that the 120,000 American Holocaust survivors originally came from. I couldn't be specific.
When you say Holocaust, define Holocaust.
I define Holocaust as the generally accepted definition of the nations during World War II who had citizens who were brutally murdered by the Nazi regime.
Right, and I guess my question there is who maintains the official list of those Americans who would have come here as well as other places in the world? But
I'm not sure there is an official list.
Okay, I thank the gentlelady.
Gentlelady is recognized for a minute to close.
Thank you, and I appreciate the ranking member who has been deeply committed to the plight of Holocaust survivors for her entire career, as well as the chair's support and willingness and the members who offered supportive comments. I am willing to withdraw this amendment today, but I'm withdrawing it under the commitment from the ranking member and the chair that we really convene the powers that be that actually have the ability and the authority to bring this to a resolution. Because these survivors have had so many commitments that have been abdicated, so many commitments that have been made to them that have never been met. And before they die, we need to make sure that we can give them the full measure of justice. The majority of these Holocaust survivors, they didn't sign up for this I-check process. It's not something they signed off on. As I said, many of the companies and nations were never even included in the I-check process. So I'm hopeful that through your help, we can convene the Department of State, the Department of Justice, the survivor groups, and really make sure that we can give them their day in court without having this language be necessary. So with that, I withdraw the amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Are there other amendments? Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lee Amendment number 3.
Clerk will read.
Amendment offered by Ms. Lee at the appropriate place in the committee
Without
report.
objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very simple. It would require a report and a plan of action for how we transition our global HIV/AIDS programs to greater sustainability and ownership by recipient countries. This year, the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief celebrates 10 years of success in saving millions of lives. Myself and the Congressional Black Caucus helped lead this effort. We worked with President Bush. It was signed into law. PEPFAR has put nearly 6 million people on treatment, and in June, Secretary Kerry announced that 1 million babies have been born HIV-free due to PEPFAR support. So just think about that, 1 million babies. Year after year, PEPFAR has enjoyed bipartisan support and exceeded its ambitious goals and proves to be one of the most effective foreign assistance programs that the United States has ever launched. Mr. Chairman, this committee really can take pride in our investment in global health and continued leadership with regard to U.S. HIV and AIDS through PEPFAR and the Global Fund, which is even more important now. Our contributions leverage resources from other donors and lead the way to promote a shared responsibility with donors and implementers. So what it would do is just ensure that we're taking into consideration the unique challenges and opportunities in each country and in a way that addresses the needs of populations that are most acutely affected.
Chairwoman Granger. Chairman Wolf.
I don't have any comment on the amendment, just to say, and it sounds like it's a good amendment. I think we should recognize what President Bush did. He got more criticism during his time here near the end, and he probably did more to help the poor of Africa than any other president. So I think as we got to go back and think of this, it's important. President Bush really did this. I yield back.
Chairwoman Granger.
I appreciate the Congresswoman's amendment. I will support that amendment, and I agree with Chairman Wolf about the enormous success of this program. Thank you very much.
Does the gentlelady want to close?
Thank you very much. Let me just thank the chairwoman and our ranking member for those comments. And I do have to say that we applaud President Bush's efforts in this. This was a bipartisan effort. We want to continue in a bipartisan way, but also Democrats, and especially, I just want to recognize the Congressional Black Caucus, did work with President Bush on this to create a bipartisan effort that has saved millions of lives. Thank you very much.
Question is on the Lee amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there other amendments? If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes Mr. Young for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to favorably report the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2014 to the House.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be given the authority to make technical and conforming changes to the items approved today. With that objection so ordered, 3 days are granted to the minority for their views. If there's no further business, the committee stands adjourned.